जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रीला प्रभुपाद
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare
கூடிய பக்தர்களுக்கு நன்றியை தெரிவித்து ஸ்ரீ ஜெகநாத் மந்திர் ஆலய சார்பாக ஒரு அனைவரையும் வருக வருக என்று வரவேற்கின்றோம். இன்றைய தினம் நாம் எல்லோரும் இங்கே கூடியிருப்பது ஸ்ரீ ராம ஜனனத்தை கொண்டாட இருக்கின்றோம். அது ஒரு மங்கள சப்தத்துடன் ஆரம்பித்தால் ரொம்ப சிறப்பாக இருக்கும் என்று நான் நம்புகிறேன். உலகம் யாவையும் தாமதமாக்கலும் நிலைப்படுத்தலும் நீக்கலும் நீங்களா அழகில்லா விளையாட்டுடையவர் அவர் தலைவர் அன்னவர்க்கே சரண் நாங்களே. ஸோ இது வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா கம்பராமாயணத்தினுடைய முதல் ஸ்லோகம் தெய்வ பாடல்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு வார்த்தை. ஸோ இதை வைத்தே நம்மளுடைய இன்றைய ஸ்ரீ ராம நவமியை தொடங்குவோம். என் பேர் ரங்கநாத் தாஸ். நான் வந்து உங்களுக்காக தமிழில் அறிவிப்புகளை செய்வேன். அதே போல் என்னோடு இருப்பது கதி மாதாஜி. அவங்க வந்து உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஆங்கிலத்தில் இன்றைய தகவல்களை அங்கங்கள் என்னென்ன அர்த்தாங்கங்கள் வரும் என்று அவங்க வந்து உங்களுக்கு ஆங்கிலத்தில் பகிர்ந்து கொள்வார்கள்.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees, a warm and heartfelt welcome on behalf of Sri Jagannath Mandir, ISKCON Kuala Lumpur HQ, to this most auspicious celebration of Rama Navami 2025, the divine appearance of Lord Ramachandra. The translation to the beautiful poem that Prabhu has said is, Kamba says that he prostrates to him who is the creator, protector and destroyer, and who does all these as a player and who is supreme. I am Gati Prada, today your co-MC. For today, alongside with Prabhu, we will be doing the Tamil translation.
அடுத்ததாக நாம் இன்றைய தினத்தில் இன்றைய நிகழ்வுகளை காண இருக்கிறோம் என்று ஒரு கண்ணோட்டம் பார்க்கலாம். ஸோ இப்பொழுது நடைபெற இருக்கக்கூடிய அங்கம் வந்து எது என்று பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா நம்ம வந்துட்டு அபிஷேகம் திருமஞ்சனம் பகவானுடைய திருமஞ்சனம் நடைபெற இருக்கின்றது. அடுத்து இது வந்து 8:30 மணிலேருந்து 8:45லேருந்து 10:30 மணி வரைக்கும் நம்ம வந்து அபிஷேக திருவிழாவில் கலந்து கொள்வோம். அடுத்த அங்கம் எது என்று பார்த்தீர்கள் என்றால் ஒரு அற்புதமான சொற்பொழிவை தெய்வ திரு பாகவத சுவாமி நம்மளுக்கு வழங்குவார். ஸோ இதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா நம்ம எல்லோரும் ஆவலோடு காத்திருக்கிறோட ஒரு நாடகம் பிஎஸ்எஸ் வழங்கும் வைஷ்ணவ சேவா சங்கம் வழங்கும் ஒரு நாடகம் ராமாயண நாடகத்தை நம்மளுக்கு வழங்கப் போகிறார்கள். அதன் பிறகு 11:50க்கு நம்மளுக்காக வந்து சில சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்கள் வந்திருந்தாங்கனாக்கா அவங்களுடைய சில வார்த்தைகள் பேசுவாங்க. இறுதியாக கிருபா சுந்து பிரபு அவர்கள் சில வார்த்தைகள் பேசுவாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து நம்மளோட இறுதி ஆரத்தி நடைபெற இருக்கின்றது. எல்லோரும் கடைசி வரைக்கும் இருந்து பகவானுடைய பூர்ண கடாட்சத்தை பெற்று கொண்டு போகும் என்று கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
Hare Krishna, our itinerary for today, there will be an Abhisheka ceremony at 8:45 right now, and followed by a Ram Leela discourse by His Holiness Bhakti Brihad Bhagavata Swami Maharaj, and at 11:30 there will be a wonderful drama by the Vaishnava Seva Sangha team. Followed by that there will be an announcement and some speech by the guests of honor as well as our temple president, His Grace Kripa Sindhu Prabhu, and followed by Aarti and Kirtan at 12:20, and lastly 12:45 Prasadam.
இப்பொழுது அபிஷேகம் நடைபெற இருக்கின்றது. அபிஷேகம் யாரெல்லாம் பங்கெடுத்துக்கலாம், யாரெல்லாம் அபிஷேகம் பண்ணலான்னு கேட்டிங்கனாக்கா பிராமின் தீட்சை எடுத்தவங்க மட்டும்தான் அபிஷேகம் செய்ய முடியும். ஸோ பிராமின் தீட்சை இல்லாதவங்க வந்து வருத்தப்பட தேவையில்லை. ஏன்னாக்கா பகவானுடைய அபிஷேகத்தில் உட்காந்து பார்க்குறதே அது ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு விஷயம். தசரத மன்னவன் கூட இந்த வாய்ப்பு கிடைக்கல. அவர் வந்து எவ்வளோ கஷ்டப்பட்ட ராமர் சக்கரவர்த்தி ஆக்கி இந்த அபிஷேகத்தை பட்டாபிஷேகம் அப்போ இந்த அபிஷேகத்தை பார்க்கணுன்னு கடைசியாக வந்து அவர் வனவாச காலத்தை மட்டும்தான் அவர் கண்டார். ஸோ ஆனால் நம்மளுக்கு இந்த வாய்ப்பு இருக்குது பகவானுடைய அபிஷேகத்தை பார்க்குறதுக்கு. ஸோ எல்லோரும் இருந்து பகவானுடைய அந்த அர்ச்சவிக்கிற திருமேனியை அபிஷேகம் பண்ணுறதை எல்லோரும் காண வேண்டும் என்று தாழ்மையோடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
Dear devotees, only Brahmin initiated devotees may perform the Abhishek. Therefore, other devotees are encouraged to participate by chanting the holy name. One can drink the beauty of the Lord through their eyes. The entire residents of Ayodhya was longing to witness the Abhisheka ceremony of Lord Ramachandra. And now we also have the same opportunity.
அடுத்ததாக இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் உங்களுக்காக ஒரு அறிவிப்புகளை செய்கிறோம். யாராச்சும் வந்து பாத்ரூம் கழிவறைக்கு போகணும் என்றால் அது வந்து எங்களுடைய பின்புறத்தில் இருக்கின்றது. ஸோ அங்கே வந்து நீங்கள் போகலாம். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் எப்போதுமே வந்து ஒரு பண்டிகை இஸ்கானில் நடந்துச்சுனாக்கா ஒரு பிரச்சனை எது என்றால் பார்க்கிங். காடியை வந்து நம்ம வந்து எங்கே போட்டிருக்கோன்னு கொஞ்சம் கவனம் பார்த்துங்க. ஏன்னாக்கா சாலையை மறைக்கிற மாதிரியோ இல்லை அடுத்தவங்களுடைய வீட்டு வாசலை மறைக்கிற மாதிரியோ உங்களுடைய வாகனத்தை செலுத்தாதீங்க, சரிங்களா? ஸோ இதோட சேர்த்து அப்படி மேலே யாராச்சும் பிரசாதம் எடுக்க போனீங்கன்னாக்கா தயவுசெய்து காலில் வந்துட்டு சில்வர் போட்டு போங்க. ஏனென்றால் அங்கே வந்து கல்லாம் இருக்குது. அதனால நீங்கள் வந்துட்டு காலை பார்த்துக்குங்க.
Hare Krishna devotees, you are kindly reminded that the public toilets are located on the right hand side at the back. And please double check if you have parked blocking any road or houses. You may need to move your vehicle if needed. Prasadam will be served after the final arati. It will be a grain feast. The Prasadam canopy will be located at the car park on the right. Please wear your slippers when heading to the Prasadam canopy. And please remain seated and attentive during the whole program.
சரி, இத்துடன் நாங்கள் வந்து ஒன்றும் மேலே இருக்கக்கூடிய தகவல்களை உங்களோட பகிர்ந்து கொள்வோம். ஸோ இப்பொழுது நம்மளுடைய கீர்த்தனைகள் ஆரம்பிக்கும். நீங்கள் எல்லோரும் மகிழ்ச்சியோடு இந்த திருவிழாவில் கலந்து கொள்ளும் என்று தாழ்மையோடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். ஹரே கிருஷ்ணா.
श्री श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण भगवान की। हरे कृष्णा हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे राम हरे हरे राम Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Eh, nakakapagod.
Hare
Dari depan sini ya. Boleh ambil dari sekarang. Sama bro, nih, nanti udah datang ke depan.
இப்பொழுது சீதாராமேஸ்வரன் அவர்கள் புறப்பாடு செய்து மறுபடியும் ஆலயத்துக்குள்ளாக செல்வார்கள். தயவு செஞ்சு பாதையை மறைக்காதீர்கள், பாதை வழிவிடுங்கள். சீதாராமேஸ்வரன் அவர்கள் இப்பொழுது திரும்பி ஆலயத்துக்கு செல்வார்கள்.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
அனைவருமே அபிஷேகத்தை கண்டு ரசிச்சிருப்பீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஸோ அடுத்ததாக ஒரு சொற்பொழிவு நடைபெற இருக்கின்றது. கற்பாரி ராமபிரான அல்லல் மற்றும் கற்பாரோ, இது சுவாமி நம்மாழ்வார் சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு பாசுரம். அவர் கேட்குறாரு, இந்த உலகத்தில் ராமரை தவிர்த்து மற்ற ஒரு விஷயத்தை தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டாக்க என்ன பிரயோஜனத்தை கொடுக்குதுன்னு சுவாமி நம்மாழ்வார் கேட்குறாரு. ஸோ இப்பொழுது நம்மளோட இருக்கக்கூடியவர் மகாராஜ் தேவத்திரு பிருகத் பாகவத சுவாமி மகாராஜ். ஸோ அவர் இப்போது ராமாயண சொற்பொழிவை நடத்துவார். அவரை பற்றி ஒரு ஒரு வரலாறு, அவருடைய பின் வரலாறு, அவருடைய பங்களிப்பு, இஸ்கானுக்கு பங்களிப்பை இப்போ நம்ம பார்க்கலாம்.
The translation of what Prabhu was just said is, what benefit would the study of worldly things would give without the study of our Lord Rama? We are immensely blessed today to have the association of His Holiness Bhakti Brihad Bhagavata Swami Maharaj, a globally renowned preacher and sannyasi. Maharaj had joined ISKCON in Durban, South Africa and has served many roles such as the temple president, former educationist and regional secretary. A brief introduction about Maharaj is that he had joined ISKCON Durban, South Africa and has served many roles, and Maharaj had founded the Bhakti Vedanta College of Education and Culture, BCE, which offers courses such as Japa Asraya and many more. Additionally, in 2009, had formed Education and Development Systems, the IES, which offers courses for current and future regional secretaries. He is also known for widely distributing Srila Prabhupada's books and audiovisual media. He continues to travel the world and inspire his devotees by spreading Krishna consciousness. Let us welcome Maharaj as he enlightens us with an enlightening discourse about Rama Leela. Hari Bol.
ஹரே கிருஷ்ணா. ஸோ இப்பொழுது மகாராஜோடைய பங்களிப்பு இஸ்கானுக்கு மகாராஜுக்கு அழைத்த பங்களிப்பு, அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் ஒரு பெரிய வரலாறு மகாராஜ் வந்து எப்படி இஸ்கான் வந்திருக்கிறாரு. ஸோ 1970 மகாராஜ் வந்துட்டு இஸ்கான் டர்பன் அங்கே வந்து அவருடைய சேவையை தொடங்கினார். பல நாடுகளுக்கு சென்று மகாராஜ் வந்து பிரச்சாரம் பண்ணியிருக்கார். பல சமுதாயங்கள் பல பக்த சமுதாயத்தை மகாராஜ் உருவாக்கியிருக்கிறார். பல பதவிகளை மகாராஜ் வந்து அலங்கரித்திருக்கிறார். ஆலய தலைவராக இருக்கட்டும், தேசிய அளவில் இருக்கட்டும், ஸோ என்ற மாதிரி பல பதவிகளை மகாராஜ் வந்து அலங்கரித்திருக்கிறார். அடுத்தது அதுவும் இல்லாமல் பல கல்வி திட்டங்களை இஸ்கானுக்கு மகாராஜ் வந்து வழங்கியிருக்காரு. கல்வி நிலையங்களை உருவாக்கியிருக்காரு. இஸ்கான் அந்த இஸ்கான் பெல்ஜியம் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா மகாராஜ் வந்து பல கல்வி திட்டங்களை வந்து அங்கே உருவாக்கியிருக்காரு. ஸோ 2009 மகாராஜ் வந்துட்டு தீட்சை பெற்றார், சன்னியாஸ் தீட்சை பெற்றார். இப்பொழுது பல நாடுகளுக்கு சென்று பிரபுபாத் நம்மளுக்கு கொடுத்த ஞானத்தை பல இடங்கள்ல மகாராஜ் வந்து பிரச்சாரம் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருக்காரு. ஸோ மகாராஜ் நம்ம கூட இருக்கிறது ஒரு மிக பாக்கியம் நம்மளுக்கு. ஸோ மகாராஜ் வந்துட்டு நம்மளுக்கு வந்து இப்போ வந்து ராமாயணத்தை பிரவச்சனம் பண்ணுவார். எல்லோரும் அமர்ந்திருந்து கேட்குமாறு தாழ்மையோடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். ஹரே கிருஷ்ணா.
ஹரே கிருஷ்ணா. நமோ விஷ்ணுபதாய Krishna Prasnaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namane. Everyone loudly. Loudly. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Astyapadesa सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की श्री प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की ISKCON Malaysia Yatra की Nitai Gaur Premanande. Is the sound loud enough? It's okay? Clear? We have gathered today to mark the auspicious anniversary appearance of Lord Ramachandra. Jai Shri Ram!
Jai Shri Ram!
And all over the world in our ISKCON temples, we are celebrating this momentous event today. So we shall read from the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is the first part. Then after that we shall discuss specifically how His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada gives us lessons that we can inculcate in our own spiritual practices based on the pastimes of Lord Ramachandra. We are all aware of the pastimes of Lord Ramachandra, but we may not be so much aware of how to apply of why Lord Ramachandra appeared, especially in spiritual life and in spiritual practices. And then the last feature of the presentation will be, I can take questions from you all. There's wireless microphones here, right? Yes. So you can ask any question, and not specifically on the subjects that we are discussing. Any question you can ask. That's the nice thing about being in the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Practically no other society does this. That when we speak, We expect people to clarify their doubts, and we expect the audience to imbibe what we are sharing, and we expect people to even challenge us, and we are open to that too. No other society does that. And you can ask me any question, whether it's politics, whether it's science, or whether it's economics, or whether it's the military arts, or whether it's war, or whether it's suffering, or whether it's enjoyment, anything. Now, I don't know the answers, but I know the person who knows the answers. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivinoda Swami Prabhupada, and he also feels he doesn't know the answers, but he knows the person who knows the answers in disciplined succession. That is Sri Krishna himself. And Lord Ramachandra happens to be a form of the Leela Shakti, or the pastime potency of Krishna. So you can repeat after me the invocation before we recite from Srimad Bhagavatam. You can repeat after me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Lovely. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I'm reading from this book called Srimad Bhagavatam. The first book to actually study and imbibe in our lives, in practical life, is called Srimad Bhagavad Gita as it is. So Bhagavat means the Supreme Lord. Bhagavat means the Supreme Lord, and Gita means song. So Bhagavad Gita means the song sung by the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. And Bhagavad Gita is also called Gita Upanishad. So the word Upanishad comes from the root Sanskrit word called Upaniti. So Upa means to sit near, and Niti means to be guided or instructed. So Upanishad literally means, the Gita Upanishad or Bhagavad Gita means, where Arjuna is sitting near to come to the lotus feet of Krishna to be instructed in spiritual science, not religion. Religion only divides people into Hindu, Christian, Muslim, or Jew, or atheist, or Buddhist. It divides people. It makes you fight amongst yourselves. So religion is mundane. Religion is materialistic. So therefore Krishna himself says in the Bhagavad Gita, Sarva dharmam parityagya mam ekam saranam vraja aham tvam sarva papabhiyo mukshayasya mimasucha. That this mundane religion, Sarva dharmam, you abandon it, you kick it out. It's a very heavy word. Sarva Dharma Parichaya. You kick it out. See? So therefore, spiritual life is a science. It's not a religion. Is it okay for an introduction? I can be a little louder also. See? Just like, I haven't come to the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is postgraduate study from Bhagavad Gita. See? Just like, if you say, I am Tamil. You know Tamil? I am also Tamil. Coming from South Indian descent. So, if I tell you, are you feeling hungry? I said, yes. I am feeling hungry the Tamilian way. Do you feel Tamilian hunger? No. Somebody who speaks like that is Paitya, Pagla. But yet we say, I am Tamil, he is Gujarati, he is Punjabi, he is Hindi. You know, say that. No? And somebody who is coming from Saudi Arabia says, I am a Muslim. And then you ask him, when you are hungry, do you feel hunger the Muslim way? No. See? And somebody is saying, I am Christian. So when I pinch him, does he feel Christian pain? No. So this is a spiritual science given in the Bhagavad Gita. Because pain and hunger and the light of the sun. I am from America, I am feeling American sunshine. No such thing. Pain, hunger and sunshine are all factors of consciousness. They are not factors of the bodily conception of life. Just like somebody will say, if I ask you, any one of you here, Kirtana, are you male or female? She'll say female, right? Yeah. Then I'll tell her, when you're hungry, you feel hunger the female way. See? So even male and female is the bodily conception of life. Even being Chinese or American or Russian is the bodily conception of life. These are all material identities that confuses people. And confusion leads to disagreements. And disagreement leads to wars. So it's most important to understand that Lord Ramachandra's teachings are scientific. Scientific. Just as the Bhagavad Gita is scientific. Ramayana is also scientific. And Srimad Bhagavatam is called Purana. Amala Purana, Bhagavad Purana. And it's a postgraduate study from the Bhagavad Gita. And Purana literally means history that happened. So we're going to read from this particular book now. Is that okay? So Srimad Bhagavatam Canto 2, Chapter 7, Scheduled Incarnations. Text number 23. I'll read the verse. Asmat prasada sumukha kalaya kalesha Ichvakuvamsa avatirya guru nidesha Tisnanvanamsa dahitanu javi vesha Yasmin virudya dasakandara artimarchat. There's a nice devotee in Penang. He used to have very significant responsibilities there. So he was named at the time of initiation Kalesha. The name comes from here. You know him? Yeah. He is coming from a Chinese background, right? And he married a Tamil Amma. Yeah. So they call his children Chindian. Chindian. Something like that. They're nice children. But they're not Chindian. They're devotees. Kalesha, very wonderful devotee. So his name is got from this verse. So Kalesha means the Lord of all potencies. In the translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. Translation. Due to His causeless mercy upon living entities within the universe, the Supreme Personality of Godhead along with His plenary extensions appeared in the family of Maharaj Ikshvaku as the Lord of his internal potency, Sita. Under the order of his father, Maharaj Dasarat, he entered the forest and lived there for considerable years with his wife and younger brother. Ravana, who was very materially powerful, with 10 heads on his shoulders, committed a great offense against him and was thus ultimately vanquished. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Lord Rama is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and his brothers, namely Bharat, Lakshman and Shatrughna, are his plenary expansions. All 4 brothers are Vishnu Tattva and were never ordinary human beings. There are many unscrupulous and ignorant commentators on Ramayana who present the younger brothers of Lord Ramachandra as ordinary living entities. But here in the Srimad Bhagavatam, the most authentic scripture on the science of Godhead, not on religion, science of Godhead, it is clearly stated that his brothers were his plenary expansions. Originally, Lord Ramachandra is the incarnation of Vasudeva. Lakshman is the incarnation of Sankarsha. Bharat is the incarnation of Pradyumna. And Shatrughna is the incarnation of Aniruddha, expansions of the personality of Godhead. Lakshmi Ji Sita is the internal potency of the Lord and is neither an ordinary woman nor the external potency incarnation of Durga. Durga is the external potency of the Lord and she is associated with Lord Shiva. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4, text 7, that famous verse, Yada Yada Hi Dharmasya. The Lord appears when there are discrepancies in the discharge of factual religion. Lord Ramachandra also appeared under the same circumstances, accompanied by his brothers, who are expansions of the Lord's internal potency, and by Lakshmi Ji Sita Devi. Lord Ramachandra was ordered by his father, Maharaj Dasarat, to leave home for the forest under awkward circumstances, and the Lord, as the ideal son of his father, carried out the order even on the occasion of his being declared the king of Ayodhya. One of his younger brothers, Lakshmanji, desired to go with him, and also his eternal wife, Sitaji, desired to go with him. The Lord agreed to both of them, and all together they entered the Dandakaranya forest to live there for 14 years. During the stay in the forest, there was some quarrel between Ramachandra and Ravana, and the latter kidnapped the Lord's wife, Sita. The quarrel ended in vanquishing of the greatly powerful Ravana, along with all his kingdom and family. For Ramachandra, this was a small quarrel. Ravana is the small fellow. Sita is Lakshmiji, or the goddess of fortune, but she is never to be enjoyed by any living being. We discussed that yesterday evening in class. She is meant for being worshipped by the living being along with her husband, Sri Ramachandra. A materialistic man like Ravana does not understand this great truth, but on the contrary, he wants to snatch Sita Devi from the custody of Rama and thus incurs great miseries. So be careful when you run after other men's wives. You'll be finished. You'll be vanquished. The materialists who are after opulence and material prosperity may take lessons from the Ramayana, that the policy of exploiting the nature of the Lord without acknowledging the supremacy of the Supreme Lord is the policy of Ravana. Ravana was very advanced materially, so much so that he turned his kingdom, Lanka, into pure gold, of full material wealth. But because he did not recognize the supremacy of Lord Ramachandra and defied him by stealing his wife Sita, Ravana was killed and all his opulence and power were destroyed. Lord Ramachandra is a full incarnation with 6 opulences in full, and he is therefore mentioned in this verse as Kalesha, or master of all opulences. Om Agyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamaya Tadati Svapadantikam Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanabhyo Vaishnavabhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So once 3 devotees were having a transcendental argument. It's on the spiritual platform. And this happened in Mayapur, our world headquarters. So one devotee said that when I chant Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, which has the words Hare Krishna and Rama, I remember Lord Ramachandra when I say Hare Rama. So the other devotee said, no, I'm like a Kshatriya, like a fighter class. So when I chant Hare Krishna, I remember Krishna. And when I chant Hare Rama, I remember Parusaram. Parusaram is also Rama. And another devotee said, no. When I say Hare Rama, I remember Balaram, Lord Krishna's elder brother. He is also Rama. So they were arguing like this back and forth. So inside the room, Srila Prabhupada was sitting. And he was with Tamal Krishna Goswami. And he was hearing this loud, transcendental disagreement which was there outside the room. He said, go and find out what is happening. So Tamal Krishna Goswami went outside the room and he heard what was the argument about, like that. But it is in a transcendental, spiritual platform. It's not a mundane thing, the argument and disagreement. So he heard everything and he came back to Srila Prabhupada and he said, Srila Prabhupada, this is what they are saying and they don't agree. Srila Prabhupada had called them all in. So they came into Srila Prabhupada's room And Srila Prabhupada said, so, if you hear his tapes, you hear this word. So they all explained, when I chant Hare Rama, I remember Lord Ramachandra. Another one said, when I chant Hare Rama, I remember Balaram. The other one said, when I chant Hare Rama, I remember Parusaram. Then Ramakrishna Goswami asked Srila Prabhupada, so Srila Prabhupada, who is correct? Who is right? So Srila Prabhupada looked at them pleasingly, all of them. And he said, as you like. Because they are all expansions and incarnations of Krishna. So it's all on the absolute platform, as you like. So that's the nice thing about spiritual science and Krishna consciousness. It is all embracing, as you like. Now, one time, one disciple, he said that Srila Prabhupada said that all our devotional service in the material world is to bring Radha Krishna together in the spiritual world. Whatever we do in devotional service is to bring Radha Krishna together in the spiritual world. So another devotee, senior devotee, heard this from this devotee. And he said, did Srila Prabhupada really say that? He said, yes. And he said, let us go and ask him. So when they came to Srila Prabhupada, they asked Srila Prabhupada, did you really say this, that all our devotional service in the material world is to bring Radha Krishna together in the spiritual world? Like that. And Srila Prabhupada replied in relation to Rama Lila. Srila Prabhupada said, the materialists are like Ravana, and they want to kidnap Sita or Lakshmi from Narayan or from Lord Ramachandra. And then Prabhupada said, and we as devotees act as Hanuman to get Lakshmi or Sita back from Ravana and return to Rama or Narayan. And then Srila Prabhupada, he took that name, Sita, who is Mahalakshmi, and he transformed the Lakshmi into money. And Srila Prabhupada said that if we take money in the name of Krishna's service, but we use it for our sense gratification or sinful activity, then we become debtors to the people who we collected the money from, and we have to come life after life to pay them back. See? And then Srila Prabhupada says, we simply have to be like a peon. A peon means that when you receive money to give Radha Krishna pleasure, or Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman pleasure, you have to be like Hanuman. You have to bring that Lakshmi or Sita Devi for the pleasure of Ram. You cannot separately enjoy Sita or Lakshmi Devi separately from Ram or Narayan. And then Srila Prabhupada said, we have to be like Hanuman. And Hanuman went to liberate Sita from the hands of Ravana and deliver to Ram. But he didn't go to enjoy Sita like that. Because we are not meant to touch even Sita. And Srila Prabhupada said, if you don't do that, then you'll have to come back in another life and pay your debt to the people from whom you took the money in the name of devotional service, but you use it for your sense gratification. So you have to be very careful. Very, very careful. So these are very subtle karmic laws. And Srila Prabhupada was very concerned that we do not become victims of our own desires for our own sense gratification by using Lakshmi Devi or Sita Devi for the for the pleasure of Ramachandra or Narayan, but using it for our own pleasure. And we always have to be like Hanuman, that great devotee who always uses whatever he has for the pleasure of Sitaram. So that's one lesson Srila Prabhupada gave us from the teachings of the pastimes of Lord Ramachandra. Now Valmiki was not known as a Muni first. Valmiki was actually a really extremely not so nice person. He was a robber and he also was a murderer. He used to kill people for wealth. This is Valmiki. Yeah. He would plunder people innocently on the road. Sometimes, hurt them cruelly and take everything away from them. So somehow Narada Muni, in his transcendental way, like a traveling spaceman, he saw this and he felt how this Valmiki is suffering. So he came to the vision of Valmiki. So Valmiki offered, respects to him. He said, what do you want? So Narada Muni said, you please chant the name of Narayan. Valmiki said, what is that name? He said, Om Namo Narayana. Everyone? Om Namo Narayana. Om Namo Narayana. Om Namo Narayana. So Valmiki was hearing Narada Muni chanting the holy names. Because that's his mantra to chant. We chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So Valmiki was hearing the holy name and he said, I am a thief. I am a robber. And I am a killer, even of people. I have nothing to do with chanting your, and he said, with chanting your, and he said, with chanting your, and he said, Om Namo Narayana. Everyone? Om Namo Narayana. 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 So Narada Muni became very happy because Narada Muni chanted 3 times. And Valmiki was responding to him that I don't want to chant this holy name because I'm a murderer, but he also chanted 3 times. So he became a little purified by hearing the holy name of Narayan from Narada Muni. Valmiki became a little purified. So the Narada Muni tricked him. Did that. And he said, you like only one thing, right? He said, yes, I like to see people die. I can take everything away from them. So Narada Muni said, what is the name of death? And Valmiki said, Mara. And Narada Muni said, you like Mara? Yes, I like death. Then Narada Muni said, then you chant that name. You chant that name. So everyone say Mara. 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 Now say it repeatedly. Mara. 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 What it becomes? Narada Muni is a transcendental trickster. He knows how to bring people to the lotus feet of the Lord. And he continued chanting Mara. When he was continuing chanting Mara, it became Rama, 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 Rama. And by the power of receiving the order from Narada Muni, he became completely purified. And even before the Ramayana could happen, even before Lord appeared, he wrote everything down. So therefore he became a Muni, Valmiki Muni, who introduced us to the Ramayana before it could even happen. Now it's famously known that people say like this in the innocence of the ignorance, that when Lord Ramachandra was on his way to Lanka to vanquish Ravana, they say that he worshipped the form of Shiva at Rameshwaram before he went to Lanka. How many of you heard this before? How many of you heard this? Yes. It's famous in India. Everyone hears this. So they say if Lord Ramachandra worshipped Lord Shiva, then Shiva is supreme and Lord Ramachandra is subordinate to Shiva. They said this is proof. And Srila Prabhupada said when it came to him, Srila Prabhupada said actually the opposite is true. He said Shiva is a great devotee of Lord Ramachandra, but sometimes the Lord likes to serve his devotees. And Prabhupada gave various examples. Prabhupada said, Krishna used to follow the instructions of Mother Yasoda. Does it make Mother Yasoda God? Krishna used to carry the shoes, wooden slippers of Nanda Maharaj on his head. Does it make Nanda Maharaj God? No. Krishna used to drive the chariot of Arjuna on the battlefield. So does it make Arjuna God? No. Okay. So Prabhupada gave these various examples. Krishna washed the feet of the Brahmana, Sudama. Does it make Sudama God? So here you can see that the Lord likes to serve his devotees, especially Krishna, but not Lord Ramachandra. He didn't do that because people will misunderstand. Yeah. So when Srila Prabhupada was walking in Mumbai on Juhu Beach, so one devotee raised the question to Srila Prabhupada that Srila Prabhupada, the people here in Bharata Bhumi, they claim that Rama wanted to take Shiva's permission to kill Ravana. Therefore he worshipped Shiva. And Srila Prabhupada said, oh, that's a new theory. Because Ravana was a devotee of, a follower of Shiva. That's how he got powerful, by his austerity. So then Srila Prabhupada replied, those who claim that Rama wanted to take Shiva's permission to kill Ravana want to prove that Shiva is a rascal. In other words, how will Shiva give somebody permission to kill his follower or devotee? Nobody does that. So when they say like that, they are rascals. They're actually demeaning. They're bringing Shiva lower if they say like that. See? And then Srila Prabhupada imitated. And he said, Shiva may have said to Rama, my dear Lord Ramachandra, yes, Ravana is my devotee. If you want to kill him, it's all right, you kill him. Will anybody say that? So they're disgracing Lord Shiva in order to say like that. See? Then Srila Prabhupada explained how that such people are trying to prove that Shiva is a rascal. Then Srila Prabhupada quoted one verse from the scripture, the Shastra, and Ram was nearing Lanka and about to kill Ravana in a few hours. About to kill Ravana in a few hours. So in Kailash, Parvati came to Shiva, Srila Prabhupada says. And Parvati said, can you see in Lanka Ravana is your great devotee, and now he is in danger, and he knows he's about to be killed, and he is praying to you for protection. Why are you just sitting here, not going there to protect him in Lanka? Parvati is telling, and Shiva. And Shiva replied, Prabhupada says, Shiva replied, that if Lord Ramachandra, who is the Istadev of Shiva, is coming to kill Ravana, nobody can save him now. And then Prabhupada quoted, Rakhe Krishna, Mare ke. Mare Krishna, Rakhe ke. That if Krishna wants to protect somebody, nobody can kill. And if Krishna wants to kill somebody, nobody can protect. Similarly, if Lord Ramachandra wants to kill somebody, nobody can protect. If Lord Ramachandra wants to save somebody, nobody can kill. That's the second lesson to learn. Now the other one that Srila Prabhupada gave us, and it's quite famous, and it's said in various ways, but the principle behind it to follow is important. Not maybe the characters themselves. We are aware that when they were throwing the rocks and the boulders to build, this Setu Ramana, the bridge to Lanka, like that. When Lord Ramachandra cast his glance and the ocean personified came before the Lord and said that you may use my water as you like. Like that. You can cross over it to the abode of Ravana and go kill him and get Sita back. See? You please construct a bridge over my waters and I will hold that bridge. Like that. So Lord Ramachandra's transcendental Vanara soldiers, including Hanuman, they were lifting like peaks of small mountains and big boulders and throwing with the name of Ram, and it simply floated like that. So they were constructing the bridge so that the army could pass. So on the shore, there was a small squirrel. Now, when I gave class the last 3 evenings, that same type of squirrel came into the temple hall. So I knew it was species. Sometimes they call it a chipmunk. You saw that? So one time that squirrel climbed up the curtain of the deities. Last 3 days. And it's a very auspicious sign. Very auspicious. The squirrel came even in the temple in the last 3 days. So that squirrel, or sometimes they call it a chipmunk, it never had 3 strokes on its fur before. You see all these squirrels, they have 3 strokes. It came from somewhere. So this squirrel, with its paws, was flicking a little bit, like basically like sand grains to help to build the bridge, like that. See? And Hanuman was walking. Hanuman has like big feet, So Hanuman was walking. He saw that. Because the squirrel squeaked like that. And Hanuman told the squirrel, get out of my way. Can't you see I'm carrying these big boulders? And Hanuman told the squirrel, even when the ants see me coming, they make way. What about you? So the squirrel started squeaking. And Lord Ramachandra observed this. And he came to Hanuman. And he said, that squirrel, what did you tell the squirrel? Before Hanuman could speak, the squirrel started speaking. Because Lord Ramachandra can speak all languages. He can speak language of the birds, the animals, the insects. Yeah. So in the animal language, Lord Ramachandra is speaking. What happened? So the squirrel, like, in a very humble way, lifted its paws, and he said, my dear Lord, in its squirrel language, he almost trapped me, and I need to also help you build this bridge. Like that. See? So Lord Ramachandra told Hanuman, that boulder you are carrying, that big rock, put it down. You think you are a big devotee? And you think he's insignificant, he doesn't need to serve me? And Lord Ramachandra told Hanuman, he said, you are serving according to your capacity. And he is serving the Guru according to my capacity, according to his capacity. And he stroked that squirrel. That's how those 3 lines come. You see that all? And Hanuman became not envious. Hanuman became jealous. Because like jealousy is there. It's like you get 2 sisters who are jealous of each other. You getting it? In the presence of the father. So the father will give more attention to the elder sister because that's the firstborn. And the younger sister gets jealous of the elder sister in being daughters. In the presence of the father, they are daughters. So she'll get jealous of her sister who is the eldest daughter because the father gives more attention. But when these 2 sisters are walking on the street, they're no more daughters, they are sisters. And then one crude man will say out of character, he'll say something, to the elder sister, something, like that to get her attention. So the younger sister will go there and slap him. You don't say like that to my elder sister. But in the presence of the father, she's jealous of her sister, but in the absence of the father, she protects her sister. So that kind of jealousy is transcendental. Yes? So Hanuman, he's looking at this Guru and he's seeing that Lord Ramachandra's hand, affectionately is, pacifying this Guru. Don't worry, you're doing nice service. You're serving according to capacity. Because Hanuman was never stroked like that by Lord Ramachandra on his head when he bows down. When he bows down, Lord Ramachandra never does that to him. Became jealous. So that's another lesson to be learned. Don't feel that this is a big, big devotee. He is distributing thousands of books. This is a small devotee, he only distributed 3 books. In the capacity of consciousness in the eyes of the Lord, both are engaged in devotional service equally according to their capacity. That's the lesson to be learned. Next lesson. Okay, we'll say this before the final lesson. In Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna said, Avajananti mam buddha. That those who are fools and rascals deride me and they do not recognize my supreme nature as the Supreme Lord. Now, a lot of you are sitting here coming from South Indian background. Like Priya, how are you? Like you all good. Wakar, sit down. I know Tamil. Yeah. So in South India, for many, many years, there was a political party in Tamil Nadu named DMK. They're still around. DMK. You know what I'm talking about. And they took their names from some other fellow named Stalin. You know what I'm talking about? DMK. So the first time in 1971 when the devotees went to Madras at that time, nowadays is known as Chennai, this political party DMK was in control. The chief minister was from the DMK party of Tamil Nadu. So they propagated the theory that Ramachandra is an ordinary human being from North India, and he came to conquer South India, and therefore is the enemy of the South Indians, and the real hero for the South Indians is Ravana. But they don't know Ravana was not from Tamil Nadu, he's from Lanka anyway. So then they felt very strongly, that's how they won the votes. The DMK said there's North Indian people, and including in central government, they dominated India and now they want to dominate the South. And therefore they established in Ayodhya, Ram as the hero and Ravana as the demon. And there's no such thing as Ramayana. They're atheists basically. So they became so aggressive, this DMK party, that they did not give a public holiday for Ram Vijay Utsav. You know Dussehra? They said no public holiday for this, there's no such thing. Because they were in power. Only in the state of Tamil Nadu. And I said, only on this day, we will make an effigy of your Lord Ramachandra, and they did a very sinful thing. They took, old pairs of shoes, and they made a garland of old pairs of shoes, and they put it on an effigy or an impression of Lord Ramachandra. When Srila Prabhupada heard this in Mumbai in June, he said, "Do not worry, they'll be finished. They'll be finished." And ultimately they came to be finished. Imagine, it's unbelievable. In Bharat Bhumi, the land of Dharma, they bring our Dharma. And Prabhupada said, they are followers of Ravana. What can be done? Now this is a wonderful lecture from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 7, Chapter 9, Text 9, given in Mayapur on March 1st, 1977. And this is about that great celebrated personality, Jatayu. So I'm going to read the word for word from Srila Prabhupada. It's amazing. Srila Prabhupada says, so this movement is based on practical activity. Whatever you have got, in whatever position you are, you can serve Krishna. Not that you have to learn something first and then you can serve. No. The service itself is learning. The more you try to render service, the more you become advanced of how to become experienced servant. We don't require any extra intelligence. He is an animal. He is not a Brahmana. He is not a Vedantist. Hanuman was an animal. But he knew all the Vedas. Then Prabhupada says, Jatayu was a bird. So how are they satisfied? The Jatayu bird fought with Ravana. Yesterday you saw Ravana was kidnapping Sita Devi, and Jatayu the bird, he was going, flying. Ravana knew how to fly without machine. He was very, very materially powerful. So the Jatayu bird attacked him on the sky. Who are you? You are taking away Sita. I shall fight you. So Ravana was very powerful. He was defeated. Jatayu, but he fought. That is his service. Never mind defeated. Similarly, we have to fight. Thank you. Prabhupada says again, never mind if we are defeated, this is also service. Krishna sees the service. Defeated or victorious depend on Krishna. Just like Jatayu was defeated fighting with Ravana. His wings were cut off. Ravana was very strong. And Lord Ramachandra, he did his last funeral ceremonies because he was a devotee. This is the process, not that we have to learn something extra. Whatever capacity we have got, let us decide to render service to the Lord. It doesn't require that you must be very rich or very beautiful or very bodily strong. Nothing of that sort. Savai pum samparo dharma yato bhakti radokshaja ayutki apratihata. Srimad Bhagavatam 1-6. In any condition, your devotional service should not be stopped. This should be the principle, that we are not going to stop in any circumstance. Such a nice lesson from Jatayu. He was defeated, he wasn't successful. See? But the fact is, devotional service, whether it's a failure or a success, you continue to engage in devotional service. That is the point. We are not here to be attached to results. We are here to continue to serve. So that is called devotional service. It's a wonderful lesson to be learned from Prabhupada's lecture in relation to Jatayu. Okay, now I'm ready for any question you want to ask. You have question? Give microphone to the nice small girl here. Come here. Come stand here. Take microphone. Now you answer my question before you ask question. Okay? Can you answer my question? What is your name? That's a question.
Uja.
What is it?
Gina Uja.
Gina Uja. Where's Amma? Where's your mother?
My mother, I don't know, but she used to sleep behind.
She's here, right? And where's Appa?
My dad is over there.
Hare Krishna. Tamil? Hindi? Both? Okay. Now, what is your question? You have a question? Say.
My question is, how Lord Rama touched the sky in 20 seconds?
How does Lord Ramachandra what?
Touch the sky in 20 seconds.
Touch the sky in 20 seconds. Somebody told you that.
No, I think it's done by Guru.
Gurukul. Who's your Gurukul teacher? Which Amma or Mata is your Gurukul teacher?
I act in dramas and
No, but who teaches you in Gurukul?
she.
Who's she? What's her name?
I don't know yet because
Point with right hand. Put that microphone left hand. Point with right hand. Show. Rati Gopika Mataji. Please come. Stand on that side. Get another microphone. Another microphone. Give her the microphone. Lali, Hare Krishna. She's the one, huh?
she teach me actually. She didn't teach me about the most encyclopedias, and she teach me a lot of stuff like Jagannath, and she also teach me about dramas, all these smart things.
But Rama and that 20 seconds time, where you are there? From her? She told you that, huh?
No.
She's the one, right? She's the one. Say yes. You know, we have a drama coming. This is a bigger drama. Okay, I'll answer your question. Right? You stand up. Don't go anywhere. Right. Narati Gopika, you ask her when she sees the moon, can she touch the moon with the finger? Ask her.
Can you touch the moon with your finger?
No,
No.
because the moon is very high. How should I fly with a rocket?
So tell her when she sees the moon in the water, in the pot, in the bucket.
Can you, when you see the moon in the bucket of the water, can you touch the moon then?
No, you need the rocket to touch the moon if you can.
So tell her you give her the bucket first,
I'll give you the bucket first,
and the moon is in the bucket now.
and the moon is in the bucket now.
So
Can you touch in the moon in the bucket in the water?
if you get wet, if you touch the moon, nobody can see the light in the solar system.
She's more intelligent. What is solar system? Explain. I don't know.
Solar system is so much stuff you can learn. There is Jupiter, Mars, Saturn, and also there's a lot of things, and there is a star.
So which one did you go to?
Moon.
You went to the one.
Yeah.
So if you can go to the moon for Lord Ramachandra touch the sky in 20 seconds is nothing, right? Yes or no?
No.
Good. Easy for you to go to moon, right?
Yeah.
Good. So she's asking me the question like about the moon is in the bucket of water.
The moon is in the bucket, so you can touch the moon.
Yeah. Because how do the moon touch? How do the moon go inside the bucket? The moon's so big.
So she will show you when it's full moon, and she'll have a bucket of water, and you'll see the moon in the bucket, and then you can ask her how it came there some other time, right? Thank you for your question. Let's chant for Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
You all ready? Yeah? You are ready, madam.
Thank you. One day we'll go to moon planet and preach, right? You and I. We'll go there and we'll preach. You can come with me. We go to moon and we'll chant Hare Krishna there. Okay? And you put the flag of the Mahamantra, she said. You put the flag of the Mahamantra. Okay, anybody has any question? Come on. Question? Microphone there, please. Yes.
Actually, Maharaj, I don't have.
Oh, hold the microphone close.
Actually, Maharaj, I don't have any question.
Then why you took the microphone? Your friend told you next door to take the microphone.
Yes, Maharaj.
Amrita,
Yes, both of them. Hiram and
give the microphone to Amrita.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj.
What's the question?
Maharaj, actually, I don't have any question. Only Rati Gopika Mataji asked.
So give the microphone to Rati Gopika Mataji. They're very nice, they're all very happy. Any other question? Yes, there's a question here.
Please pass this problem.
What's your name?
Hare Krishna Maharaj Dandatana. My name is Ishan Sharma. Ishan.
Okay, Sharma ji.
Yes, very good. Maharaj, my question is, so we heard like we need to chant and we need to follow the four-agregated principles and we will go back to Godhead. So
No.
you need to
You said you need to chant Hare Krishna
we need to Hare
Mahamantra
Krishna Mahamantra and we need
with
to
Rama.
Yes, and we need to follow the four-agregated principles and we will go back to the Godhead.
No.
Well, see, we have given proper. We need to follow the rules.
So what's your question?
So my question is like Jatayu, he tried, he fighted with Ravana as well, and after that he will not pass that situation. He will fail, but he served for the Lord as well, and
Yes.
so we also need to do this all the activities, and we don't need to worry about whether we will go to the Bhagavad Gita or not. This thing.
See, in the lower species of life, there's no karma, there's no reaction. Like the lion, it eats, it kills some other animal and eats it. So the lion is like a non-veg person. You understand? Not vegetarian. But there's no karma for the lion in the lion's body. There's no reaction. So similar for Jatayu, there's no reaction. But if he engages in the service of the Lord, then Ramachandra personally came and did his funeral rites. And he went back to Vaikuntha. You understand? For the human being not to become an animal. When one disciple asked Srila Prabhupada, why do we have to follow the 4 regulative principles? And Srila Prabhupada asked him, what is the 4 regulative principles? And he said, no meat eating, no gambling, no intoxication, and no illicit sex life. Srila Prabhupada said, you have to follow the 4 regulative principles so that you're no more animal in human body. And you follow the 4 regulative principles to become a human being. That is why. But that's not the goal of life, to become a human being. The goal of life is to go back to Goloka. So then Srila Prabhupada said that you have to chant minimum 16 rounds of Hare Krishna Maha Mantra daily, so that you can go back home back to Goloka. Is that okay?
But if sometimes it will not clear this exam this time, so we should not worry about the result, whether we will go or not. But we should fully remind with this.
You should not worry about the result. You should worry about continuing to chant. And worry about continuing to serve. You hearing me? That's the important thing. Not the result of your chanting and not the result of your service. You continue to chant and you continue to serve. Is that okay? Everyone after me, 2 words at a time, loudly as possible. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai, Anant Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Jai, Hare Krishna Maha Mantra ki Jai, Shri Rama Navami Maha Motsava ki Jai, Jai Go Premanande. Thank you very much.
ராமாயண பிரவச்சனத்தை சிறப்பாக வழங்கிய தெய்வத்திரு பக்தி பிரகத்பாகவத சுவாமிக்கு நாம் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். அடுத்ததாக நீங்கள் எல்லோரும் ஆவலோடு காத்திருக்கும் சிறப்பு நாடகத்தை வைஷ்ணவ சேவா சங்க அவங்க வழங்கப் போகிறார்கள். ஸோ அதுக்கு முன்னாடி உங்களுக்கு ஒரு வேண்டுகோள், நடுவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த பாதையை தயவு செய்து தடை செய்யாதீங்க. ஏன்னா அந்த நாடகத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய கதாபாத்திரங்கள் அந்த பாதையை கடந்து வருவாங்க. ஸோ அதே போல் முன்னுக்கு கொஞ்சம் இடம் விட்டுருங்க.
Thank you, Maharaj, for a wonderful class. And now, the moment many of you have been waiting for, the Rama Leela drama by our very own Vaishnava Seva Sangha. Please make sure that the center of the area over here is clear, as we don't want to disturb the drama. And whoever is sitting in the front row, please move slightly behind.
ஸோ எல்லோரும் அயோத்தியாவுக்கு பயணம் செய்வதற்கு தயாராக இருக்கீங்களா? ராமர் வாழ்ந்த காலத்துக்கு பயணம் செய்வதற்கு தயாராக இருக்கீங்களா? ராமனுடைய லீலையை நேரடியாக கண்டால் எவ்வளவு இனிமையாக இருக்கும், அதற்கு தயாராக இருக்கிறீங்களா? தயாராக இருக்கிறீர்களா? ஸோ இப்போ வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா நம்ம வந்து மன ரீதியாக நம்ம வந்து அயோத்தியாவுக்கு கொண்டு செல்ல போகிறாங்க இந்த நாடக ரீதியாக. ஸோ வைஷ்ணவ சேவா சங்க நம்ம வந்துட்டு நன்றியை தெரிவித்து அவங்களுடைய நாடகத்தை அவங்க தொடங்குவாங்க.
Sit back. Remain silent while the drama is on.
Dear devotees, please clear the middle lane so that the drama characters they will be passing by the middle lane. So please clear. Please locate the middle lane. பக்தர்கள் எல்லோரும் நடுவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய பாதையை விட்டுருங்க. ஏன்னாக்கா அந்த நாடகத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய கதாபாத்திரங்களும் அவங்க வந்து நடுவில் வச்சு நடந்து வருவாங்க. ஸோ தயவு செய்து நடுவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய பாதையை வந்து மறைக்காதீங்க. கிருஷ்ணா.
Thousands of years ago, in the Treta Yuga, there appeared a hero, born among the Vanaras, the great servant of Rama, a divine superhuman. From the breath of Vayu, the wind god, he rose, unstoppable, unbreakable, the most powerful, the greatest of warriors. Now, we shall witness the legend of Hanuman. Once upon a time, on a sunny and beautiful morning in the jungle of Kishkinda,
Oh, what a bright golden fruit! It glows like molten gold and surely it must be the sweetest of all. I must taste it.
What is this? A child has approached me. How can he withstand my scorching heat?
I'm going to swallow this mango.
No, monkeys, stop! Hey, stop! Let go of me!
as Hanuman was trying to swallow Surya, Indra, the king of Devas, had to act swiftly.
Without Surya, life itself will perish. The planets will lose their path. The earth will freeze. And all living beings will be doomed. We must act at once before catastrophe strikes.
This is no ordinary child, Indra. He is Anjaneya, the son of Vayu, blessed with divine energy even as a child. His strength is beyond measure, but his mischief knows no bounds. We must handle this with wisdom and not force.
Wisdom alone will not stop him, Brahmadeva. If he succeeds in swallowing the sun, the universe will collapse into chaos. I cannot stand idle and watch. O child of Vayu, what madness is this? The sun is not a fruit to be plucked and eaten. Release Surya at once, before the world falls into ruin.
But I'm hungry, O mighty Indra. This golden fruit looks too delicious to resist. If you are worried, do not be. I will finish it soon.
Then you leave me no choice, young one. Your hunger must not destroy the balance of creation. If you do not stop, I will strike you down.
You have harmed my innocent child. He is but a playful boy, unaware of his power, and yet you struck him down mercilessly. The gods will pay for this injustice.
Vayu began to withdraw the air from the three worlds to teach them a lesson.
Without air, all life will end. Vayu's rage will destroy the very creation we seek to protect. We must pacify him before it's too late.
O Vayu, I acted in haste and anger. I feared for the world, but I see now that I have wronged your son. Please, let the winds flow again, or all existence will suffer.
No, my son was struck down unjustly, and I shall not relent until he is restored and honored.
Your son is no ordinary child, O Vayu. He is destined for greatness, and his power shall serve a noble purpose in the future. Let us not see his strength as a threat, but as a gift to the world.
Brave child, I see now that you are blessed beyond measure. As an atonement for my actions, I grant you invincibility. No weapon, not even my Vajra, shall ever harm you again.
Your hunger for me today was great, but in the future, I shall teach the knowledge of the four Vedas to you, dear Hanuman.
And from this day forth, you shall live as long as creation itself. Your strength shall rival the gods, your speed shall outmatch the wind, and your devotion shall be unparalleled.
Years passed, and Hanuman grew up to be the most intelligent and the strongest among the Vanara race. He excelled in learning Vedas from Suryadev himself, and eventually became the minister to the king of Vanaras, Sugriva.
There, look below Mount Rishamukha. Two muscular men, broad-chested, holding bows and walking together. These two men have been sent by Bali to destroy me. Hanuman, go in disguise and find out who they are. If they are Bali's men, I am doomed, Hanuman. But if they are not, bring them to me. We could form an alliance and use them to defeat Bali.
Who are you, mighty warriors? Where are you headed? Your mighty arms and weapons look godly, and you seem to walk so confidently like a lion. You are destined to rule kingdoms and not rule as sages. May I have the honor of knowing more about you?
We will answer your questions, O sage. But first, tell us, how does a beggar with tattered clothes wear such a rare and precious diamond necklace?
Oh my lords, you can see this invisible necklace. I am overjoyed. I have finally found my masters. I am Hanuman, the minister to King Sugriva.
Oh, brother, did you hear that? He is the minister of Sugriva. We were out here in the wilderness looking for Sugriva. Here is the minister greeting us. What a destiny! Oh Hanuman, this is my dear brother, Rama, the son of King Dasharatha of Ayodhya. The world knows me as his brother, Lakshmana, but I consider myself his humble servant. We have been exiled for 14 years and have spent the last 13 years in the Dandakaranya. Unfortunately, Sita, Sri Rama's wife, has been kidnapped by the demon Ravana. We would like to meet Sugriva to seek his help in recovering Sita Devi.
Dear lords, I am sorry to hear of Mother Sita and your exile. Kindly wait here as I shall inform Sugriva of your presence. We shall meet him soon.
Did you hear Hanuman's speech, dear brother? The charm of his voice is remarkable. He chose the perfect words at the perfect time. Surely, only the one who is well versed in Samaveda could speak with such grace.
Indeed, my lord, his wisdom is evident.
Sugriva waits you, my lord. Please come this way.
Rama and Lakshmana formed a friendship with Sugriva, who regained his throne after violence fought. Yet he neglected his promise, prompting Hanuman's stern warning. Shaken to his senses, Sugriva redeemed himself, summoning Vanaras from every corner of the world, igniting an unstoppable force in the search for Sita. As the army prepares for the search of Sita, Hanuman is suddenly summoned by Lord Rama. His heart races as he approaches Rama, who sits upon a rock, deep in thought, holding something in his hands.
Hanuman, I have complete faith in your abilities. If anyone can find Sita, it's you. Take this ring. It symbolizes our eternal bond and will assure Sita of our trust.
My lord, this is an honor beyond words. I shall find Mother Sita and bring this ring.
This ring is not just a token, it holds a memory of Sita's innocence and love. Once, when she was massaging my feet, she removed this ring and threw it away. She feared that if this diamond touched my feet, it would transform into an even greater beauty. Just like Ahalya was restored by my touch, she wished for no beauty to rival hers in my heart. She has never known the hardships of the forest. How will she survive in the land of demons? Hanuman, I entrust you with my heart's greatest treasure.
My lord, I swear upon my life, I will find Mother Sita and deliver your message. No force in this world can stop me. Please bless me, my lord.
Brother, with Hanuman on our side, we have nothing to fear.
The atmosphere is tense. The monkey army stands in silence as search parties return one by one. Lord Rama, his eyes filled with sorrow, listens to each report of failure. Lakshmana stands beside him, equally troubled.
My lord, we searched every part of the land we were assigned, but we could not find Mother Sita.
Dear sir, we combed through mountains, forests, rivers and villages. There was no trace of her.
Brother, we will not give up.
Where are you, Sita? Where are you? How much longer must you endure this suffering?
loud commotion erupts. From the southern skies, a powerful figure soars towards the camp. It is Hanuman. The monkey army cheers as Hanuman lands before Lord Rama, breathless, his eyes shining with triumph.
Found Sita, I! Found Sita, I! Found Sita, I!
Hanuman deliberately placed the I at the end of the sentence, eager to swiftly deliver the joyous news to Lord Rama that Sita Devi had been found, without seeking any recognition for himself. This subtle yet powerful act reflects his profound humility and unwavering devotion in serving Lord Rama. Soon, under the guidance of Nala, Lord Rama and his army of Pandavas constructed a mighty bridge across the ocean. The battle had begun, and many of Ravan's men were killed. Ravan wanted to take revenge.
All glories to the great Ravan, all glories to Dasagriva, the crown jewel of the Rakshasa Kula.
That's enough.
My dear Lord, how can we serve you? You seem a little distressed.
What did you say? I'm just being a little cautious. This Rama is a trickster. I wonder how he has defeated some of my best men. Vara, Dushana, Trishira, Prahasta, Kampana, Virada. My greatest warriors. I want you both to go there at once. To be a Vanara. Find out how large and powerful is their army. Find out their weaknesses. We shall attack them where it hurts the most. Go there at once. Spy on them.
At once, my lord, at once. All glories to the great Ravan.
I said at once.
Amidst the chaos, Sugriva, the mighty Vanara king, spots Ravana's spies, Sukha and Sarana trying to flee.
Hey, stop! Where are you going? Fools sneak in without being caught? Why are you here? My lord, I have captured these two Rakshasas. What should we do with them?
We're only following orders. Let us go. We're choose procedures.
You have seen how large the Vanara army is. Go now. Return to your master. Tell him his time is coming to an end. I will kill Ravan on the battlefield.
My lord, unfortunately, we were caught by the Vanaras.
Sukha, Sarana, how did you even get caught? Don't you know how to put on a simple disguise? You fools got caught by monkeys. Think of this for a second.
Father, why worry? I am here. Leave it to me. I will end this once and for all.
Oh my son, your words have made me feel a new wave of courage. May your words become true. Finish them off. Kill Rama. Avenge our Rakshasa Kula. Bring us glory, my dear Indrajit.
You think you can defeat me, mortals? My powers surpass even the Devatas. Hereby,
Brother, these arrows, I think they are enchanted.
Stay strong, Lakshmana.
Only one herb can save them. The Sanjeevani, found in the Dronagiri Parvat. This magical herb can bring even the dead back. Hanuman, only you can do this. Please fetch this herb as soon as you can. Help save Rama, Lakshmana, and the others. Meanwhile, get rid of these dead Rakshasas. They may become alive as soon as the herb is near them. Quick, hurry!
Nothing shall stand between me and my Lord's life.
Jai Sri Ram! Jai Sri Ram! Jai Sri
Aha! Finally! Dronagiri! All these herbs look useful. But which one is Sanjeevani? It is going to take ages to find it. I don't have the time. Perhaps I shall leave the whole mountain.
saved us.
Hanuman, I am forever indebted to you. How will I ever repay you for saving my Lakshmana?
We are now about to witness the epic final combat between Lord Rama and Ravana.
devotees and my little Vanaras. When Vibhishan, the brother of Ravana, surrendered, I awarded him Lanka. If Ravana had surrendered, I would have given him the kingdom of Ayodhya. You may wonder, what about Bharat? What would he receive instead of Ayodhya? I would grant Bharat my divine abode, Vaikunta. Having given away both my kingdom, Ayodhya, and my divine abode, Vaikunta, where would I reside and rule? My true kingdom is not bound by land or riches. My eternal throne is where love, devotion, and unwavering faith reside. Therefore, I shall forever dwell in the heart of my greatest devotee, Hanuman.
Well, you may have been wondering who has been narrating this story to you. Would you like to take a guess? I am Sita Devi, the wife of Sri Rama. I wanted to share this wonderful and enchanting story of our greatest devotee, Hanuman, to inspire each and every one of you present today.
ஹரே கிருஷ்ணா. நாம் எல்லோரும் மனதையும் கவரை சென்று விட்டார்கள் என்று தான் சொல்ல வேண்டும். அருமையான ஒரு நாடகத்தை நம்மளுக்காக வழங்கி வந்திருக்காங்க. கண்டேன் சீதையை சொன்ன ஹனுமானாக இருக்கட்டும், அந்த ஆத்திரத்தோடு இருக்கக்கூடிய ராவணனாக இருக்கட்டும், சீதாராமா இருக்கட்டும், எல்லோருமே அவங்களுடைய கதாபாத்திரத்தை அழகாக வாழ்ந்து காமிச்சிருக்காங்க. ஸோ அடுத்ததாக அந்த கதாபாத்திரத்தை யார் யாருன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னு ஆசை இருக்கும் இல்லையா? ஸோ கதி மாதாஜி அவங்க வந்து இப்போ வந்து சொல்லுவாங்க.
Hare Krishna. Let's give a big round of applause to the talented Vaishnava Seva Sangha team for their wonderful performance. Can we have 3 Haribols, please? Haribol, Haribol, Haribol. Now, I would like to introduce the cast one by one. We have Lord Ram, which is Yudhishthira Prabhu. Haribol. Next, Lakshman as Divesh Prabhu. Sita, Tejaswini Mataji. Hanuman, His Grace Prahlad Rakshaka Das. Ravana as His Grace Madhusudana Das. Indrajit, His Grace Dvija Damodar Das. The little Hanuman is our Sri Krishna. Surya Dev, Her Grace Harsharani Devi Dasi. Indra Yugan Prabhu. Vayu Kuhan Prabhu. Brahma Ganesham Prabhu. Sugriva Rohit Prabhu. Jambavan Vishagan Prabhu. Sukha Sivanesh Prabhu. Sarana His Grace Swayam Prakash Prabhu. Monkey Chief 1 Madhav. Monkey Chief 2 Govardhan. And our wonderful sweet narration done by Priya Mukundan Mataji. And our director for the whole drama, Leena Madhuri Mataji and His Grace Madhusudan Das. Thank you so much for the wonderful performance.
அடுத்ததாக நம்ம வந்து நேரம் வந்து ராம நவமியை அனுபவிச்சு கொண்டு இருக்கிறோம் இல்லையா? ஸோ அதுக்கு வந்து நன்கொடை கொடுத்தவங்களை வந்துட்டு நம்ம கௌரவிக்க போகிறோம். ஸோ இப்போ நன்கொடை கொடுத்தவங்களை வந்து மேடைக்கு அழைச்சி அவங்களுக்கு வந்து கௌரவிக்க போகிறோம். கிருபா பிரபுவை மேடைக்கு அழைக்கிறோம்.
We would now like to invite His Grace Kripa Sindhu Krishna Prabhu, the Temple President of the SGM KL to
सीतारामच हनुमान के श्री रामचंद्र भगवान के श्री अयोध्या धाम के Hare Krishna. Please be silent for a few moments. On behalf of Sri Jagannath Mandir Temple Management, I would like to thank all of you, all the devotees, visitors, friends, life members who are present here to celebrate with us the Sri Rama Navami Mahotsava. And also, on behalf of the temple management, I would like to thank all the head of the departments and the drama troupe, the team, Kaishorya, Pandavasena, Vaishnava Seva Sangha, Pujari, Alankar, and especially the cooks and the team who prepared the feast today. So I would like to thank all of you for your support and your cooperations. So this festival became very successful today. And all special thanks to all the donors. And we'd like to present Mahaprasadam for the devotee who sponsored for the deity dress today. And all of the devotees who made the donations, please kindly proceed at the table there. Ram Gopinath Prabhu will hand over the Mahaprasadam for the donors. So those who gave donations above 200, please meet Ram Gopinath Prabhu. He give you Mahaprasadam. And today deity dress being sponsored by Dr. Ramesh and Vairavan. Is that Dr. Ramesh is here? Dr. Ramesh or any of family members over here, please come on the stage. Prabhu, please. So I'd like to invite Maharaj to present the Mahaprasadam. So can all of us chant one time Maha Mantra for Prabhu? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. So today the deities are wearing a new dress, sponsored by Prabhu, Dr. Ramesh and family. So I'd like to thank him. This is the Lord Ram's birthday cake. ஸ்ரீ ஜெகன் மண்டி நிர்வாக சார்பாக அனைத்து பக்தர்களுக்கும் நன்கொடை கொடுத்த பக்தர்களுக்கும் சேவை செய்த அனைத்து பக்தர்களுக்கும் எங்களுடைய மனமார்ந்த நன்றி தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். இன்றைக்கு ஸ்ரீ ராமநவமி மகோத்சவம் மிக ஒரு சிறப்பான நாள், ஒரு திருவிழா. ஆகிய இந்த திருவிழாவுக்கு வந்த அனைவருக்கும் மிக்க நன்றி. அடுத்த நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு நம்ம செல்போகின்றோம். பகவானுக்கு ஆராதனை நடைபெறும். எல்லாரும் ஆலயத்திற்கு சென்று பகவானோட ஆலயத்தை கண்டு கழித்து உங்களுக்காக பிரசாதம் வழங்கப்படும். பிரசாதம் பின்னாடி போனீங்கன்னாக்கா அங்கே காப்பா கிணப்பி போட்டிருக்கிறோம். பிரசாதம் உங்களுக்கு வழங்கப்படும் பூஜை முடிஞ்ச பிறகு. So we will serve prasadam for all the devotees right after the arati. So now please proceed to the temple hall for the final arati for Lord Ramachandra. Hare Krishna. Don't forget, on the 8th April is Vyasa Puja of His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Guru Maharaj Ki. So His Grace Rupa Raghunath Prabhu will be the chairman for this festival. Especially the disciples, please kindly make your donation for Srila Guru Maharaj to make this festival. There's the table there. You please make your donations for Srila Guru Maharaj. வருகின்ற 8ஆம் தேதி ஏப்ரல் தேவத்ரி ஜெயபதாக்க சுவாமி மகாராஜுடைய வியாச பூஜா. ஸ்ரீதர்கள் தயவு செய்து உங்களால் முடிஞ்ச ஒரு நன்கொடை கொடுங்க. நம்ம குரு மகாராஜ் இந்த விழா சிறப்பாக செய்வதற்காக ரூப ரகுநாத் பிரபு இதை தலைமை தாங்குகிறார். தயவு செய்து யாரெல்லாம் சேவை செய்கிறீர்களோ நன்கொடை கொடுக்கிறீர்களோ தயவு செய்து ரூப பிரபுவை கண்டுகொள்ளுங்கள். தேங்க்யூ. We'd like to welcome devotees from different parts of the world, devotees from different yatra, and 14 devotees from Bahau Yatra. We'd like to thank all the devotees from East Malaysia, from Kuching, from India, from Singapore. So thank you all the devotees. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare. Hare Krishna. Sri Sri Sitaram Yasha Hanuman ki, Sri Sri Ramachandra Bhagavan ki. So I humbly request devotees can you stand up. Yada vedna jayenge Bhagavan ko adakaru. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Sitaram, Jaya Sitaram, Sitaram, Jaya Sitaram. Jaya Sitaram, Jaya Sitaram, Sitaram, Jaya Sitaram. Jai Jai Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ji ki, Shri Sri Ramachandra Bhagavan ki, Shri Sri Rama Navami Mahotsav ki, Jai Gaura Premanande. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Guru Shri
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hello,